Are you quite done? Are you quite done? I saw the chat and oh my goodness, what is this? What is all of this? Just because I say it might be a fanfiction stream today. Oh my goodness. What is this? Banfiction this, Banfiction that. Rena, will you shut up? Banmin asked calmly. Okay. Bought something to eat. I got some coffee ready. Alright. How many of you? 25. 25. Oh my goodness. It just started and it's 25. If the word ban disappointed actually saved in my phone word library. Oh my goodness. No. Hello everyone. Hello everyone. Lots of green names. I'm quite surprised. Let me just wait till a few more of you lurkers turn up first, okay? Wow, do along the side while I wait is would you guess what? Guess what? To my complete non-surprise. To my complete non-surprise at all. Visa and MasterCard still have their sponsorship with Roblox. Oh my goodness. So Visa and MasterCard still have their sponsorship with Roblox. And you know what is worse than that? You know what is absolutely... Oh. You know what is even worse than that? Thank you. Thank you, Valtor. Oh my god! Please don't distract me. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh no. Oh no. Please don't distract me. Oh my goodness. I need to move aside. Yes, I do need to move aside. Yes. Don't distract me, please. I got some serious things to talk about before I start the stream properly. And wait for more lurkers to turn up. Where is my... Let me check. No. Where? There. Can you believe this, lurkers? It went back up. Roblox is still going up despite the scandals. Can you imagine this? Despite the vile things that came out from Roblox, we went through that lawsuit, remember? It's still going up and up. And would you guess it completely? Visa and MasterCard are still sponsoring Roblox. Still partner with them, still doing all of their usual things. Good morning, Sito. Good morning to you. I think most of you are not here for me molding just yet, I think, but I will start it properly once 40 lurkers drop in, okay? Until then, I'm going to complain about things that I've seen on the internet, so you'll have to excuse me. Okay, what else do I see? This made the news. This made the news and it's so disgusting. So, a pretty popular artist just got informed by Patreon that their entire account is gone. Wait, no, it's not even... Patreon didn't even inform them. They just deleted the whole account and it's gone. Rina, can you shut up? Rina, can you please shut up? It is just gone. And you know what they say? This is the worst part. Please be aware that our guidelines apply equally to off-platform activity. And you know what's the funniest thing? Apparently the art they are using as evidence of wrongdoing do not even have not safe for work versions. Really, they do not even have not safe for work versions. This is the worst. This is the ironic part. There was no blatant not safe for work versions of any of this art. This whole thing is just one big filthy lie. Just one big filthy lie. Honestly. It's just one big filthy lie. This reminds me of Overwatch. This reminds me of Blizzard. Off-platform activity. What happened? Roblox is still having a hike in their share prices till now. After all of this happened, what happened? MasterCard is still a partner of Roblox. Visa is still a partner of Roblox. This is so tiresome. This is so tiresome and this is so disgusting. Okay, you know what? Oh, let me just inform everyone. Oh no. Oh no. Again, I can't believe I have to say it every time I stream. I cannot believe I have to say it every time I stream. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Remember to click the notification button. What is this AO3? What is with all this AO3? I don't get it. What's this AO3? I do not get it. Oh, Zero always gets the cursed. The setting is at 6 months ago. You gotta move. Yeah. Bad, but not that bad. Patreon decided that some random artist, a very popular artist by the way, is too dangerous to the Patreon brand. I'm sure it had nothing to do with Visa or MasterCard. I'm sure. 0, this is what you get for all of those band cafe drinks menus you keep spamming whenever you think I'm away. This is what you get. This is what you get. I'm not sorry. No, no. Oh my god, Xana, please, no. No, 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 no. Really makes you think, doesn't it? Like, Chan, it really does make you think. It really, really does make you think, doesn't it? Hold on, let me just make sure everything is counter-script. Let me see. Oh my goodness, what is wrong with you? Okay, I just a little bit of a what's the word I want to call it? Housekeeping, yeah. A bit of a housekeeping. There is a reason why I'm making this today's stream about fanfiction, okay? Firstly, I want a day off from all of the molding and sieving and the complaining. And evidently I'm doing a very bad job at it already right now. Evidently I'm doing a bad job. And the second reason for this is I need something to stand this stupid mic. I need a proper mic stand. This is it's too far from me. Another thing is I promised this. Yeah, I promised this. I promised this. Okay, let's see. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to give you a few choices, okay? I should start a poll. I want to start a poll. I'm going to give you all a few choices. What we're going to do is, while I talk about the whole idea of fanfictions, rant and ramble about fanfictions, I have two options. I will offer you two options. Hello, Daishobots. Hello, Potato. I'm going to offer you two options. There are two fanfictions that I am considering writing on stream today, and you can decide which one you want, okay? Which one you want to write on stream today, okay? Two options, okay? That means how do I which to write? Which to write on stream. So the first one is Lane 2077, and the other one is a kid. Okay, the one I read. Here's the two options. Both are considered work in progress. Have that out of the way, let's actually get started on a little bit of... Damn it, what? No! There we go, better. Ooh. I'd love to see what the votes is about. Lord of the Rings 0. Lord of the Rings. Or as Amazon would call it, Lord the Rings. I know Mo-chan, if she were here, she would want a Lane fanfic. For real, if Mo-chan was here, she would want me to write the Lane fanfic on stream. But she's busy, unfortunately. Quite busy. I'm fine with either choices, to be honest. But here's Oh my goodness, no! Merrick, no, 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 no. He was Lord of the... no. Love has... Love has, please. That's why I just wrote 2077. I remember so many memes about people just posting the Cyberpunk in short letters without the 2077. No, 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 no. Please don't do that. Please do not do that. That is going to scare me for a long time. Lane Club Penguin. Okay. My god, my fanfiction days were peak cringe. But I can never let go of it. No, Jesse, don't abbreviate Cyberpunk. Exactly. Don't do that. Don't do that. But I can't stop you from doing that. But it's gonna look so sus every time it's on the internet. Oh, I don't... No, I'm drinking coffee right now. At least I got something to eat. I don't feel hungry yet. I don't feel hungry yet. Hold on, let me see if I can find some images. As a... what's the word I want to think? What is the word I'm trying to think of? Backdrop, I think. For the general idea for both fanfics. Let me see. Name. Okay, I have one here and the other one. Where is this one? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? There we go. There we go. So, my ideas for these two specific fanfics were... Well, the Lord of the Rings one is a bit more Akame ga Kill. Akame ga Kill is a at this point it's quite an oldish anime. It's not old, but it's like it's got a few years already. So the basis for the both fanfics was an old Photoshop I made. Two Photoshop pics I made. Firstly is... Let me see. Correct. This was an old Photoshop pic I made just before Cyberpunk 2077 came out. The anime is garbage. I don't disagree. I don't disagree actually. This was the image that I used. And there's another one. This one is kind of not relevant, but it's relevant for the chapter I'm writing. It's relevant for the chapter I am writing, okay? It's not relevant. The Lord of the Rings one with Akame is not relevant, the art itself, but it's relevant for the chapter I am trying to write. This is another Photoshop I made. It's very funny. This was a fun Photoshop I made. It was really cool. And it's a play on words, as you probably already understand. Yes, it is a recurring theme. It is a recurring theme, indeed, potato. It is a recurring theme. Zephyr, shut up. It's not really this one is not cover. This will not be cover art, but this is relevant for a subsequent chapter. Remember, I read you my fanfiction back during the Gamers Outreach stream. Remember that? Gamers Outreach stream, I read the first chapter of this Akame and Lord of the Rings fanfiction. This will be chapter 3. This is the concept for chapter 3. But this is cover art for the Lane and 2077 one. Kelly 你中意啲嘢好緊要怪啊！你哋好怪啊，變態嘅你哋，中意人鬧你，中意人喝你，我都唔知你哋呢啲嘢都曉咁中意嘅，我係唔知啊，我真係唔知。Oh, 45 Lurkers are here. I can't believe so many of you want to watch me write fanfiction. I cannot believe how so many of you want me to write fanfiction. But let's have a look. I will give 3 more minutes into the vote. I have a feeling I know the outcome already. Welcome, Mo-chan. Welcome, you are just in time. And the poll is going exactly as you want. We are going to write the Lane and Cyberpunk 2077 fanfiction live. For what it's worth. I don't know why this is exciting for almost 50 of you lurkers, but yeah. I'll give it just 3 more minutes for the poll to go. Remember, for those of you who haven't voted yet, cast your vote if you care enough about what you want me to write today. I will try, Lurker-chan, but please, I want it to be realistic. I do need suggestions on certain parts of the chapter because I wrote a bit of it already some time ago. And I do need suggestions because certain parts I have trouble explaining them in the story. Anyway, I'm going to grab a cup of coffee. Just keep voting. I'm going to grab a bit more water and coffee. Just keep voting and chat, talking amongst yourself. I'll be back in 2 minutes. Trumpet, thank you for the membership. Nope, band bar is not open. I literally just say I'm just gonna get a refill of coffee or water. Have luck. 1 more minute. I don't think the outcome is going to change, but let's see if it can change. Who got the membership? Oh, Shiki. Shiki, make sure to thank Trumpet. And those 10 of you who received the gifted memberships from Johnny English, make sure to thank Johnny English too. Rena, can you shut up? Please? Please, can you shut up, Rena? Okay, this is getting ridiculous, Sito-chan. This is getting ridiculous. Come on, grow up. Grow up. Oh, it's over. Time to end the poll. Well, would you look at that? Not even a contest. I'm sorry, Zena, but this is the fastest YouTube can go. I literally say to the shortest possible chat time. Literally. And I think this is the fastest YouTube can go. Which is a shame. It is a damn shame. This is the fastest YouTube can go. They can't go outright real time. This is the fastest they can go. Use 2 times. Can I? How do I do that? Can I set it up right now, or do I have to end the stream to do it? How? Can I set the chat time? Hold on, let me check. Can I set the chat time while the stream is running? Or do I have to end the stream? Yes, I told you there was a quick break. I told you there was a quick break. I just needed to refill my drinks. But anyway, let's okay. Let's get started. So pardon me while I look for my... There we go. This is... Well, it's not confidential anyway, but let's see. Document manager, accounts. Okay, this works. So this is my work in progress. My work in progress that I've had for quite a while now. Oh my god! What the hell, Zero? My god, that's so sad. How? That's so sudden. That was so sudden. Okay, get back later, Zero. Take care. Get back later when you can. Oh my goodness. Condolences to the cat and Zero. Take the time you need. So sad. That is so sad, seriously. Okay, let me just... Is there... I don't think... How do I make the chat flow faster? I am kind of curious. How do I make the chat actually flow a lot faster? It's true that real time is ideal most of the time. Of course, Brazil wants to do this as well. Of course, Brazil wants to do it as well. Let's have a look. How do I make the speed go faster? Stream settings, closed captions, nope. Edit, let's see. Speed of chat, where is the speed of chat? No, this is is the fastest it can be already. That's the problem. is the fastest it can be already. That's the problem. It can't get any faster than this. I don't think I've seen chat that goes faster than this. Yeah, unfortunately. So you have to you lurkers will have to compensate. Okay? You lurkers will have to compensate. And again, Zero, take your time. And if you're up to it, you can still join back in. But otherwise, I'll see you another day. Rena, can you please shut up? Rena, can you please shut up? Let me have a look and make sure everything is... What did parrots say? I'm always under the impression that Parrot doesn't like me, but it doesn't matter. Odd. Very odd. My god, my internet. Facebook has been ridiculous the past month or so. So slow and so unoptimized. Oh, to show you the power of Flex Seal, I have imploded my VTuber talent agency and fixed it with only Flex Seal. Good as new. Alright. Let me try and make things. Facebook is such a silly platform sometimes. Not even Flexi could stop a raging dragon. It's true. Nothing is up. Very odd. Very odd. I'll worry about that later. Okay, let's start. Alright. Can you read properly? Can you read this properly? I'll have to reduce my size a little bit. A bit more. Alright, let's get started. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. I can. Excellent. So let's move it. The chat is... I need to reduce the size of the chat, don't I? The YouTube chat. You reduce it just a little bit. Oh my goodness, someone followed me since 2016. Why would you do that? Oh yeah, Zena, I know. Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. I have a feeling it was you. It's too zoomed in. I can't say everything. I can't see everything. I should go under. There we go. I should go no, too high. What is going on? Why is it so hard to just well, what's the word? So hard to just create the perfect screen. Alright, this is the best I can do. Let's get started. Oh, one of the things that I absolutely hate with the way fanfiction.net does the formatting. Even when you save it, the formatting just all completely disappears, and I hate that. I really hate that. Oh, something stupid has happened on Facebook. You can't share your own post. Let's see if I can. I'm gonna make another post on Facebook and see if I can share my own post. Zoom in a bit more, but I'll start blocking the way. That's the problem. Zoom in a bit more. It should be fine now, right? Please tell me I can share. Please tell me I can share. Something is so odd. What the hell is going on? Let me have a look. Yeah, everything seems fine. For some reason, I can't share anything on Facebook. Look down on you like a bedtime story. I'm just wasting time right now. I am just wasting time right now. This is the best I can do. I think you can read this now. Can you? Can you read this now? I think you can read this now. Alright, let's actually get started, okay? I'll read while I write. So, a bit of a custom for fanfiction is you always start with an AN, and of course you always have a disclaimer. But I haven't posted it, so for now I haven't posted either of the disclaimers or the author's notes. But let's read a little bit of what I have written so far, okay? So I've written about roughly 3,000 words so far before I reach a writer block. Let's take a time to read it. When people talk about Night City, there really were only a few words they could use to best describe it. Some call it the worst place to live in the entire Americas. Indeed, a lot of people might even call it an eternal hellhole overrun by gangs, cutthroat corporals, and politicians who lie as naturally as they breathe the highly polluted and processed air. To be honest, they were right. Then there were the other people. Funnily enough, they acknowledged that what the naysayers and critics say about this polarizing city. Though they often always say the same thing over and over again. It's home. There's no better place than home. Despite all the flaws. despite all the flaws home may have. It was strange, honestly, to see a group. Should see the instructions in a minute. What instructions? What instructions? You will have to cover those. Oh, what? What? Oh, fine. Enough. So uncouth. Well, you few people. I can't even write a fanfic. I can't even read my own fanfic. Alright, let's continue. It was strange, honestly, to see. It was strange, honestly, to see a group of people who loathe Night City and everything in it. Yet at the same breath, even when given a chance to go far, far away from it, there was always something dragging them back towards its paradoxical allure. In 2077, however, it was a time when strange things would start to rear its head. Night City would be the center of it all. More specifically, one of the millions who call the hellhole of a city home. Alright, that was just a little bit like a... Well, it's fluff. It's puff, basically. It's puff, long story short. I'm gonna update my apps while I'm... Because obviously something's wrong with Facebook again. Updates. Updates. Update. 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 So many apps to update. I hate this. Okay. Next. Now let's go. Let's move on. Mega Building H10 Apartments. Well, if you already played the game, you already have an idea. Mega buildings. Some of the biggest, tallest structures that litter the city. Practically a small city within a gigantic building that contains all manner of facilities, operations, businesses, and even ecosystems. It was completely unsurprising as well that some of its long-term residents have never even set foot out of these monolithic buildings. It is also very commonplace for such mega buildings to house some of the more well-off residents of Night City on its higher floors. Said higher floors of mega buildings are often out of reach of the regular residents and are often filled to the brim with private security. Okay, thank you. With private security, fortresses within fortresses. Out of the hundreds to thousands of apartments, apartment 0716 seemed the oddest of the bunch. Well, at least if you ask the people living in the mega building at least. People, men, women, young and old. Okay, people, men, women, young and old, who often walk past the apartment, tend to avoid it almost to an innate and subconscious level. Any hints on apartment 0716? A bit of trivia if you've played 2077 already. Any hints? Well, you probably already know this, right? We already know. I haven't paid, so no idea. So it really doesn't matter. But we'll get to it eventually. Yeah, I probably will need some people who are good with 2077 in the stream right now. If you are... What's the word? If you want to contribute to writing my fanfiction, I need someone who has played enough of Cyberpunk 2077 and also watch Edge Runners. Those are the two minimums that I need. It's a shame. Please. You watch it? Well, Lurker-chan, you can help me when the time comes, okay? You can help me when the time comes. Yes, it is V's room, Frost. It is V's apartment. Okay. Apartment 0716 seemed the oddest of the bunch. Well, at least if you ask the people living in the mega building it. Okay, repetition. Well, if you ask the people living in the mega building at least. People, men, women, young and old, who often walk past the apartment tend to avoid it almost to an innate and subconscious level. Burger Cat, you can help me a lot later. Almost to an innate and subconscious level. Now, some might wonder why that's the case. Did the place reek? Was it the home of some suspected cyberpsycho, deranged murderer, or a place of a murder? A drug den? Do they call drug den a chem den? They normally call it chems, isn't it? A chem den. Is it? Is that what they normally call it in 2077? Chems? Guess I'll have to look for it myself. Well, I'll just leave it at chems first. A chems den. Not quite. It had more to do with how the various implants, be it the most sophisticated cyberware okay. Something, there's a bit of grammar problems here. Be it the most sophisticated cyberware to even a prosthetic pinky. Being near apartment 0716 had a tendency to cause issues with them. They weren't lethal or even serious issues or glitches, subtle twitching, software malfunction, nothing jarring but noticeable and uncomfortable enough that if anyone could avoid approaching the doors of the apartment, they would. The question then lies, what was behind the doors of 0716? Well, if anyone other than the residents of the apartment had actually thought of paying the place a visit, they would lay witness to a clean and pristine apartment room. No garbage on the floor, no blood on the walls, no voodoo boy I'll just say. I wanna use a good word. What's that word called? What is that word? What is that figure of speech? What is that phrase called? What's that word called? Mumbo jumbo, not mumbo jumbo. Voodoo boy. What's it called? What's that word called? What is that word called? I can't think of the word. No, not mum. No. It's something like there's a word to describe like yeah. Well, your Cantonese you probably won't even know. Hocus pocus, something like that. Something hocus pocusy type of thing. Hocus pocus. Voodoo boy. What's the word called? What is the word called? Hullabaloo? Close, potato, but something more supernatural. Let me see. Let me find. Juju, something like that. Something like bad juju. Something like bad juju, but it's a different word. Something like bad juju. Something like bad juju. Hickey? No, not hickey. Let me just look it up. Let me have a look. Let me find the word. What is it called? Bad juju synonym. Mojo. No. Yeah, that's mojo. How do I use that word in Cyberpunk? How do I use that word in typical Cyberpunk fashion? No voodoo boy. No. Yeah, they're good enough for now. Okay. If anything, yeah, I'll go back to that later. If anything, the real problem with the apartment was how pristinely clean, Spartan, and simple the furniture were. Stock mega building bed, sofa, dispensers, and other base amenities. Other than the bed, which looked slept in, and the shower still moist from usage, the rest were barely used. Though had a curious individual decided to look in the storage room of the apartment, well, it was an entirely different story. An array of tech, ranging from terminals to drones, littered the storage room, some of them deactivated, and others very much very much alive and powered up. Wires strewn across the floor like jungle vines. Okay. The storage room was a mess, but despite that, change the comma to here, but despite that, the clutter of electronics were paradoxically organized in its own way. Drones were sorted in its own pile, terminals in another. The clutter in the storage room was sorted just enough for there to be room for a weapon rack to be set up. A lot of repeated words. Thank goodness I'm reading this. Okay. Adorning it with 3 weapons. A plain Tsunami Ashura Smart Sniper Rifle, a pitch black and oddly shaped SMG with a red eye to the side of its iron sights, and a katana of a military design with a red handle. In the center of the organized mess there was the storage room, sat a young woman. At the only clear spot on the floor, tinkering with one of the many terminals strewn around. To the heavily chromed populace of Night City, these drones were in their own pile. Let me go back. Was sorted in. Okay. Thank you. Their own pile. Okay. To the heavily chromed populace of Night City, this woman looked plain, boring even despite her admittedly subdued natural beauty. Pale skin, large dark brown eyes, medium-length dark brown hair that was longer to the left side than it was to the right. To the right side of her hair was adorned with a very simple yellow hair clip that formed the shape of an axe. She was currently wearing a very baggy and equally plain grey t-shirt and shorts. Okay, thank you. It is hard, but I mean, it's not an OC, said Art. That's the thing, she is not an original character, so the description of the character in the actual series, I retain it for the fanfiction purposes. And Nox, hey Bamin and chat, hello, welcome to the stream. I am doing the fanfiction stream that I promised the lurkers during the Gamers Outreach stream goals thing. So this is the... Well, Love has. Lane in this story is an adult. Well, a young adult. Lane in Zero Experiments, Lane is still a kid. So there's difference, I would say. I do have one photo as a reference for Lane. Hold on, let me have a look. As a reference for what Lane looks like in the context of this fanfiction. Well, close enough at least. Let me just have a look, okay? I'm gonna look for it before I continue the fanfiction. This is the let me open this. Oh, nice. It's on Twitter. It's on X too. So this is the art. This is the concept. This is what I imagine Lane would look like in 2077, aged up. So older, a lot older. Yeah, that is what I imagine her to look like in the context of the fanfiction. And anyway, yeah, I hidden the artist. Oh yeah, you can see the artist. Artist is, if you want to follow, it is Germany Udon. Okay? So you have that. So now that's why I describe her to look the way I did. This is why I describe her to look the way I did at this part. But let me see, how do I best describe it? I may be giving a bit too much detail, but I want to give enough detail. That's the thing. I want to give enough detail. So let me... What was this part? Let me read. Let me read again. What did Electronic Control say? One of the best fanfics I've ever read used a scene to describe a character instead of the character itself. Interesting, but quite hard. Quite hard. But yeah, again, this is why I decided to describe her the way she does. Because age up, she looks a lot different from when she's in Zero Experiments, when she was like a lot younger. So yeah, pretty useful. This is a pretty useful art from this ex-user. I appreciate seeing this art. Very useful for my fanfiction. Let's continue. I will see if okay, let's continue first. You all can see properly, right? You all can still see properly. Let's just close a bit. Okay. Give a bit more space. Now we can continue. Okay, despite her admittedly subtle natural beauty, pale skin, large blah blah blah, we already read this part. To some, she might even look like she was completely chrome-free. A bona fide organic. The only telltale signs that the girl even had any cybernetics to begin with were the very faint metallic indents on both sides of her cheeks and the unmistakable metal ports at the side of her neck for shards and a jack. There was also an unmistakable long wire connected to the back of her head, attached to a barely visible netrunner port. The girl was seemingly in a trance as she interfaced with various terminals. In those screens were a mess of codes that could have been indecipherable to anyone other than netrunners. The girl was practically in her own world until a telltale sign of ringing could be felt through her neural interface inbuilt cellular. It broke her trance and concentration as she directed her attention towards the person calling her. And Zenite, this is for you. Since you were looking forward to something like this, Uncle Jimmy was the name of the caller. The girl's eye twitched. Her sleazeball of an ex-lawyer who now worked as a fixer. He was the closest she had for family when she was young, and to be fair to him, Uncle Jimmy was a solid guardian in her younger years. Still a sleazeball nevertheless. She sometimes wondered how he could make it as a fixer for Watson of all places. She sighed, and then promptly hung up. Knowing the nature of the call, it was probably some slippin' Jimmy kind of work. But she wasn't keen on doing any work. Right now. She had enough eddies to last her a month or so. She had more important things to do. Uncle Jimmy rang again, and she mentally hung up again. She just wasn't in the mood. Hopefully this told him that. Uncle Jimmy rang for the third time. The girl's annoyance ceased, and now her eyebrows raised slightly. If Uncle Jimmy rang a third time, it probably meant it was something that she had to know or do. So she answered the call. "What is it, old man?" The girl spoke to her caller, her voice soft and quiet, but there was a hint of annoyance and curiosity. "Damn it, Brad, why do you have to do this every single time? I have a big emergency right now and I need your help." The voice of this Uncle Jimmy on the other line replied, panic and agitation palpable. She could even feel a hint of hysteria on his voice. This worried her. "What is it, Uncle Jimmy?" she asked, mild concern in her quiet voice. "It's your Aunt Kim, Lane. Scabs. They have her." The girl now named Lane felt her heart starting to race. something that would have been rare to her. Much like with Uncle Jimmy, Aunt Kim was also part of her life when she was a kid. Unlike Uncle Jimmy, Aunt Kim tended to be the face of responsibility and morality, within reason. Enough to be a juxtaposition to her uncle. Aunt Kim was still a lawyer, unlike Uncle Jimmy, and being an attorney in Night City can be as much a minefield as a merc. Okay, too much repetition. And being an attorney in Night City can be as much of a minefield as a merc. Representing the wrong client, or, God forbid, lose your case with the wrong client, things can get very ugly. So many disappearances. Or a cyber cycle at the right place at the right time, conveniently killing off attorneys who offended some clients they should not have. Laying gas in this case, Scav was the convenient excuse for Aunt Kim's disappearance. No real hits. Every cell making arbitrary decisions for themselves and fuck the consequences. Lane knew that she did not have much time, and judging by the fact Uncle Jimmy called her, there really isn't. The silver lining is that Uncle Jimmy knew about it. At the end of the day, he was a fixer and he cared deeply for Aunt Kim. Where? Was all Lane said in response. She could hear Uncle Jimmy's breath breathe. Okay. Thank you. She could hear Uncle Jimmy breathe a mild sigh upon hearing her query. Just send you the deeds. Hugo is on his way to pick you up now. Call me as soon as you find your Aunt Kim, Lane. I'm counting on you. Here's a question. Knowing what we know about Uncle Jimmy and where he is from, do you think it's fine for him to not use his usual swagger when calling about something this serious? It's natural, right? He just all business right now because it's a very serious matter. Do y'all agree, Lurkers? Do y'all agree? Anyway, let me just, while y'all reply, let me have a look at what happened to my Facebook. Something is very, very odd. Oh, it's back. Oh, it's almost back. Ah, I get it now. Yeah. Even Jimmy would realize. Saul does not stop being swaggering when the shit is serious or when being serious. What if he would continue to swagger if he was directly dealing with someone that is causing him a lot of problems? But here's what I think. He would probably be a bit more honest and straight to the point if he was talking to someone close about a problem that needs fixing. Wouldn't he? I don't know. We'll just sit on it for now. With that, Uncle Jimmy hanged up. As he did, she received a ping of the location of one of... Thank you. She received a ping of the location of one... Kind of odd, isn't it, these words? She received a ping from one... Something seems odd with this line of text. Something seems odd. I can't quite put my finger on it. She received a ping on the... From one of the numerous ping of the location from one of the numerous rundown parts of Night City. Oh, who followed me? Who subbed? Thank you, Harvest, for the subscription. Thank you. I'll just leave it at there for now. She received a ping of the location from one of the numerous rundown parts of Night City, specifically an old factory complex in the Santo Domingo district. Indeed, such a locale was a proverbial dark zone of sorts, despite officially a 6th Street gang territory. Okay. She received a ping. Let me see what did Lurker-chan say. Ping on the location. Okay. On the location. I think get rid of this part. It's useless. She received a ping on the location, specifically an old factory complex in the Santo Domingo district. Indeed, such a locale was a proverbial dark zone of sorts, despite officially a 6th Street gang territory. Scabs had a tendency of setting up shop in areas that the local gangs weren't keen on holding. In a burst of movement, Lane got up. She pulled the wire connected to the port at the back of her head, put on some more protective clothing, and armed herself. She slung the odd-looking black SMG with a red eye on her back and grabbed her katana and holstered it. Sheathed it. Okay. She also flicked her custom-made cyber deck to make sure it was primed and ready for use. I hate... There we go. What do these futile gestures serve, Empress? It is beyond me. She could hear a distorted, ominous voice whispered through her mind. Voice that seemed male and female at the same time. She shrugged it off as she usually did. It was an unexpected byproduct where she built her abomination of a cyber deck. Overtly malicious self-awareness is indeed quite the byproduct, but the deck itself was controllable and suits her purposes in the uncommon but oftentimes high-stake gigs offered to her. That is, Love has interesting question, but that is something that will have to appear a lot later on because I didn't think that far. I really did not think that far. But Lurkers, trivia time. Trivia time, Lurkers. Any guesses as to what the SMG and the cyber deck are? Any guesses? Any guesses at all? Any guesses at all? Any guesses at all? If you've played the game, you probably know. No, that is so random. Electronic control. Frost. I'm gonna read this paragraph again, okay? I'll read that part where a lot of people missed out, okay? I'll read the part. In a burst of movement, Lane got up. She pulled the wire connected to the port at the back of her head, put on some more protective clothing and armed herself. She slung the odd-looking black SMG with a red eye on her back and grabbed her katana and sheathed it. She also flicked her custom-made cyber deck to make sure it was primed and ready for use. What do these futile gestures serve, Empress? It is beyond me. She could hear a distorted, ominous voice whispered through her mind, voice that seemed male and female at the same time. A distorted electro. Ominous and... whispered through her mind. Voice that seemed male and female at the same time. She shrugged it off as she usually did. It was an expected byproduct where she built her abomination of a cyber deck. Overtly malicious self-awareness is indeed quite the byproduct, but the deck itself was controllable and suits her purposes in the uncommon but oftentimes high-stake gigs offered to her. In all honesty, had any netrunner who is not its empress even so much as tried to slot her custom deck into their system, they might go cyber psycho in a heartbeat or turn into a walking net nuke. Not like Lane even so much as registered that. Not like Lane even so much as registered that or even cared. This is so funny. I don't know what I can... Oh my god, how cringe. I am laughing at my own fanfiction. This is terrible. Oh my goodness. I am laughing at my own fanfiction. The moment she was properly equipped, Lane darted out of her apartment, rushed to the elevator. The slowness of the elevator was truly infuriating her. She had half the mind to speed it up, but she expected an earful from not just her uncle but practically everyone in the building if she did so. Damn it. Okay, let's continue. The moment the elevator touched the ground, Lane ripped open the chain doors and went on a full sprint to the entrance of Mega Building H10, dodging the crowds of people tending to their business. In due time she was at the entrance, and there the familiar silhouette of her uncle's obscenely large white Vilford could be seen. Lane opened the door and planted herself on the back seat of her uncle's Vilford, flicking her eyes towards her uncle's driver and bodyguard in acknowledgement. What is going on, Muzzy Skeleton? What is going on? Are you thinking about something odd? Let's continue anyway. Hill Babino was a bald mountain of a man decked with cyberware that looked more shiny than it was practical. Thank you. For as long as she could remember, her uncle always had Huel in his employ, and he tended to do things on the side for him and her too. Muzzy Skeleton, this is the fanfiction stream I promised the lurkers during the Gamers Outreach thing, okay? Many deliveries, and when she was younger, when Aunt Kim was busy with her work, her babysitter. She will probably know she was not in the mood to talk, and damn right she wasn't. Right now all she could see was red. Whether Lane knew it or not, her driver could see it very clearly too, as a deep menacing red glow radiated from what was once seemingly organic brown eyes. To the driver and one's babysitter, Hewell could count with one hand the times he had seen his passenger been this angry. He had seen his frequent passenger. Frequent passenger been this angry. It was best to spare talking when she was in this state. So, do I need to... This is the scene break. Scene break. The lines normally means there's a scene break. Here we are, young'un. Jewel wasted no time driving her uncle's beast of a car through traffic. Something seems off with this sentence. Something seems a little off with this sentence. Wasted no time driving her uncle's beast of a car through traffic. With the vehicle's deceptively high speeds. Okay. The location where her uncle pinged was one of the old factory complexes in Arroyo. One of the Oh, Muzzy. Oh my god. Wow. Muzzy, don't distract me, please, but thank you for the 5 gifted. And you 5, go thank Muzzy for the gifteds, please. Please, please, please. And thank you for the gifteds. Let's continue. Okay, I stopped here. One of the handful that 6th Street either were not interested in occupying, which made it a prime hideout for scavs around the city. Lane could already see a group of scavs watching the entrance to this old factory complex. Currently, they seem unaware of the large vehicle that parked close by. Looks like it was time for her to get to work. She was in a particularly foul mood. Boss told me to wait for you till you bring... Okay, bring. I can't believe I wrote being. Boss told me to wait for you till you bring Miss Wexler out, young'un. Take all the time you need. Jewel told the fuming girl as she opened the door to leave, getting a subtle nod in return. Lane stood by her uncle's vehicle for a few seconds, seemingly to calm her nerves. Well, to anyone watching casually, it would seem like she was calming her nerves, but to those who looked a little closer. Through the traffic. Oh! Through the traffic? With its deceptively. Okay, thank you. Lane stood by her uncle's view. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, well to it. But to those who looked a little closer, they would have noticed her seemingly Ganic, apostrophe Ganic, because that is a phrase in Cyberpunk 2077. Her seemingly Ganic hand twitched slightly before they crackled with faint red jolts of malicious energy. I don't use malicious. Ominous? Probably? Ominous is better. Yeah, ominous is better. The girl's eyes have also now completely changed from her once impassive and organic-looking dull brown. It was now, okay? Okay, I'm gonna change this. It was now an unmistakable synthetic red that glowed so brightly and menacingly even in the late morning. Oh, Bart Mulganit. Wow. Oh, okay. That works, thank you. From her once dull. It was now an unmistakable synthetic red that glowed so brightly and menacingly even in the late morning. With that, the girl walked. Okay, this is the part which I will need a lot of help because it's basically filler. I'm trying to simulate how Lane is going to save Auntie Kim Wexler from a group of scabs. And it is, for all intents and purposes, quite scary. I'm trying to make it seem like it's almost like a horror. Make it seem like it's horror. Cyber horror. You will see. She's basically like Songbird but in full control. That's what I'm imagining it to be. And if you know, you know. I'm imagining her to be something like Songbird but full control. Well, technically full control. She has full control of it, but if she loses to Ray, she will be a bit too liberal with her abilities. Let me check. Impassive, organic looking brown, and I miss. Okay. With that, the girl walked seemingly calmly towards the group of scabs guarding the entrance to the dilapidated complex. It was at that moment they saw her, with a mix of slight confusion but mostly predatory interest. One of the larger scabs approached Lane, his right hand holding onto his shotgun casually as he slowly walked towards her. You look a little lost there. You look a little lost there, beautiful. Scabs are Russians, isn't it? Well, they're Russians and they're basically Slavs, isn't it? Yeah, I think they're Slavs. Most scabs are Slavs, I think, according to lore. The large scab called out to her. The large scab called. Would a scab ever call someone beautiful? That is a bit. This is the problem I have with Cyberpunk. It's very hard to characterize and use Mike Pondsmith's style of talking. I'm not very good. Yeah, cutie. Yeah, that sounds a lot. That sounds like something they'd say. Yep. You're looking a little lost there, cutie. The large scab called out to her. Cockiness and barely hidden desire evident in his tone and body language. The scabs behind him seemed to chuckle and whistle at them. What is it called? Whistle at their guest. Their new guest. Let's just add a bit more. As the scab approached her even more, he felt a slight jolt in his cyberware, akin to a needle prick. Red coat briefly appeared on the sides of his optics vision, accompanied the jolt. He thought it odd but just dismissed it as some random glitch. It then got worse. His body started twitching, the jolts became more extreme, and the red coat started to cover the entirety of... Oh, not bad, Alco. Pretty accurate. Pretty accurate. That actually makes a lot more accurate. That actually is a lot more accurate. His body started switching, the jaws became more extreme, and the red coat started to cover the entirety of his optics. Soon enough, the large scare felt nothing short of agony as his entire body seemed to twist and warp itself, red sparks flying from him. All he could hear was a distorted and horrifying voice. There we go. Bodis, fragile cattle. The rest of the scare... Fragile cattle. The rest of the scare seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. The seriousness of the moment. Readied their guns and leveled it at Lane. For now all they seemed to show was anger and outrage. They suspected that the girl in front of them was a netrunner, which meant that all they had to do was overwhelm her with firepower till she flatlines. The rest of the scavengers were cocky, but soon enough their confidence would be replaced with horror and agony. Okay? Loud panic. No, I am just writing. I'm just changing some things around. Okay. We are soon reaching to the writer's block part. Loud panic banging could be heard resounding throughout the complex. Hello, OP. Welcome to the stream. Loud panic banging could be heard resounding throughout the complex, bringing the scavengers who were going about their business to jerk up in surprise and preparing their weapons. One of the scavengers approached the door, apprehension evident in his face. "Who the fuck is this biat?" the man yelled. The loud knocks and bangs kept resounding throughout the building. More scavengers in the building started to bunch up by the door, the banging mildly disturbing them. Weapons raised at the door. The scavengers who called out prepared to open it, expecting a gunfight. Open he did, expecting some merc rushing in. Expecting some merc rushing in, guns blazing or some NCPD raid. What no one expected, however, was one of their own falling to the floor as the door opened. What was once pure tension now had an undertone of confusion, as one of the scares held the one on the ground up for the rest of the group to see. All they could see was a face of terror and agony. The scare's eyes hysterical, his face and head twitching horribly. Okay? Think about it this way though, Lurker-chan. Lane, like I described, the less chromed you look, the less threatening you look. It doesn't matter if you're an adult or a kid or a teenager. That is basically how Cyberpunk works. The Scav's optics blinked with a menacing glowing red as spark of jolts came out of them occasionally. Boris, what? Let me see. Boris Suka, what the fuck is wrong with you, you fucking gunk? One of the scavs asked their very much delirious associate. They received a response that brought chills down their spines, a familiar phrase that became a veritable urban legend in Night City. If you watch Serial Experiments Lane, you'd know what this means. Present day, present time. The scav on the ground then proceeded to cackle loudly and dementedly. What the hell was that? Oh no, not something. Okay. I don't know where that came from. I think it came from me. I don't know where that beat came from. Something got unplugged and replugged. Well, if it's replugged, it's fine. The scav on the ground then proceeded to cackle loudly and dementedly as the rest of the group in the building realized the implication of hearing that phrase. Every scav gave the man a white berth, as if... Every scav gave the man a white berth as if he were contagious. As the man named Boris started to violently convulse as his body erupted in deep red sparks. Okay, this is... I have to shorten this. I have to shorten this part. I'm still connected, right, Lurkers? You're still here, right? I hope it didn't stop my streaming. I think it's still working. Okay. Okay, let me just... Something is wrong. Something is wrong with this part. I need to change it. Every scav gave the man named Boris a white berth as if he were contagious. He started to violently convulse as his body erupted in deep crimson sparks. Deep crimson sparks as his entire as he burst into reddish It's not. You'll find out soon enough. If you play the game, the flames are electronic. Because the whole idea is that if you use the cursed weapons, you will look like you are on fire, but at the end of the death, it looks like you just died of a heart attack. That's how it looks like. Burst into reddish flames. It went... they went as quickly as... So the flames are... How do I describe it? The flames are not really... It's almost like... How do I describe it? It's digital. It's like an almost digital flame. I want to show you. I'll show you how it looks like. Let me show you. I'll pause this fanfic for a little bit. Let me just show you. Spoiler, by the way. Okay, it's gonna be spoilers, by the way. Okay, I have one example that I can show you. This is how it looks like.
They look like they can.
Look at that. Imagine something like that. Without the fire. Why did this guy use the fire? Why did this guy use the synapse burnout ability? Why did he use that? Why did he use the synapse burnout ability? One without the synapse burnout is... Okay, this one is better. This is a little better.
Shit!
You alright?
A little luck. Can't last long.
Okay, let's have a look. This is a little better, I think. Look what happened to those two. Let's look and see what happened to these two. Damn it. Look at that. It's like... Do you see how it looks like? It's like digital fire. You notice it? It's like digital fire. Yeah, that's basically it. I don't know how to describe it, something like that. Digital sparks with no fire. No, it's visible to everyone. It is visible to everyone. It is visible to everyone. Because you can see from as a bystander, you can actually see those digital sparks affecting people. It is very visible, but it just doesn't leave a trace at the end. Because at the end it looks like you just had a heart attack. Okay, this is cool enough. Akin to electro flames. Yeah, that's kind of helpful, Zenart. That's kind of helpful. Kind of helpful. It came as quick. It left as quickly as it came. It left as quickly as it came. And before long, all that was left was a completely non-functioning husk. Every single cyberware attack on the man named Boris went completely dead. The scav in the room did not afford themselves the luxury of mulling over what they had witnessed before the apparent leader started barking out orders. Man, take your post and watch out for an intruder. Make sure the woman goes nowhere. Her implants are worth a fortune. The moment those words were uttered, however, the lights in the building started to flicker madly. This usually would not worry a bunch of scav sociopaths considering the decrepit state of these factory complexes. However, given what just happened to one of their own, well, they knew something was extremely wrong about this. And there we go. I'm stuck. Now I'm stuck. Oh, I am contemplating on being extremely cringe and just let one of the radios in the building play Duvet. I'm contemplating on one of the radios playing Duvet as all hell breaks loose in that building. Yes. Lurkers, I do have somewhere I want the plot to go. And this is why I brought up Cyberpunk Edge Runners, okay? This is why I brought up Cyberpunk Edge Runners. Let me just see. I'll close this first. I want something big. A change, a big butterfly effect. I'm just trying to find some way to explain it. I don't know how, but I have an idea, but I don't know how to execute it. Where is the person I'm looking for? Where is it? 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 Where is that character? Where is that character? There we go. I want her to I'm planning for her to survive. Basically, yeah. Basically. I'm trying to make this character survive. Oh, where's my... Oh yeah, I forgot to open this up, sorry. There is a lot of security cameras in that complex, by the way, that is still technically on. ancient, antiquated sort. An ancient? Huh? Would you call duvet an ancient song? In the context of 2077? Would you call it an antiquated song? On the various terminals, jukeboxes. An ancient song started to play from on the various terminals and jukeboxes. Despite its sound, its music and sound, crisp and clear, despite the constant flickering of lights and disturbances of the various tech in the building. In the large building. Zero, I hope you're okay after that. Are you okay after that? I hope you're okay after that. Oh no, not this again, not this again. Okay. I hope you're okay after that. That is very, very sudden. That is very sudden. I can't even imagine how you feel because of the suddenness of it. Try to rest, Zero. If you want to rest and not watch today's stream, it's fine. Just go take a rest. Okay? Take a rest. I'll give you some time. If you're here, I'll give you maybe a few minutes to just calm down a bit. I'll just stop the fanfiction part a bit and I'll just let you rest a bit. Let me just... In the meantime, let me just do some things. I do not like... That is so odd. It is very, very odd. So sudden. I don't even know how it's so sudden. Just give you a few minutes of moment of silence for this, and then after that we'll continue, okay? Okay, just give you a few more minutes. I'm going to be back. I'm going to go get some more water. I'll grab some more water and I'll be back with you in about 1 minute. Okay? How are you feeling, Zero? I think it'll take a while for you to feel a little better. So what I do suggest is you try and take a few hours off. Just rest and sleep. Rest and sleep. It will take a few days at least to re-energize from the grief. Okay? I hope you'll feel better. So anyway, yes, I'm back and I got some water. I think I will try to distract you away from this. So I'm going to continue I will distract you away from this and so we'll continue the stream as intended, okay? Let me continue. An ancient song started to play on various terminals and jukeboxes. Do they have jukeboxes in 2077? Would you call it a jukebox? Would you call it a jukebox? Lurkers, can you shut up? Would you call it a jukebox? Never mind, I'll continue to write first. What I'll do is I will continue to write first. And we will manage it. its music and sound crisp and clear despite the constant flickering of lights and disturbances of the various tech in the large building. The song left a palpable chill down the spines of what were supposedly a gang of cold-hardened criminals. Then all hell broke loose. One scaff, then another, and more started. Okay, good. Oh yeah, that's quite helpful. Thank you, Lurker-chan. The music crisp and clear. Oh, yeah, okay. Flickering of the lights and many different gadgets ranging from terminals to security, turrets to security, cameras malfunctioning, and yet the ancient song sounded perfectly clear and crisp. The song left a palpable chill down the spines of what were supposedly a gang of cold and hardened criminals. As the second verse of the song started to play as the second song, verse of the song started to play clearly, all hell broke loose. One scaff after another. One scare hit. One scaff grabbed hold of his head in agony as his he screamed bloody murder. Then another one did the same, and a third one as another, and so did a third one. All right. The unaffected scavs tried to help those who were affected. However, their act of concern would not go unpunished. The moment the affected scabs I think as the second verse played is fine. The moment the affected scabs regained their bearings and consciousness, their face contorted into one of rage and madness. Scabs started to fire at the affected scabs started to one affected scab grabbed his equipped knife and stabbed the one assisting him through the neck. He then repeatedly stabbed the unlucky scab in the chest as he mumbled and ranted and raved maniacally. The other scabs behaved in much the same way. Agony but a few seconds ago behave in much the same way as they used their weapons to shoot each other. Okay. It became a veritable... You know what? I'm going to pause for a moment. You know what? I expected a fanfiction stream to be even less popular than a collab stream. It is shocking to me how there are 30 lurkers here watching me literally write on fanfiction.net. It is shocking to me. Very, very shocking. I expected like maybe if I'm lucky 10 lurkers would care. But anyway, thank you for being here as I do something that I enjoy. But I do not know if other lurkers enjoy. Okay, let's continue. It became a veritable bloodbath. As associates and allies turned on each other. as associates and allies turn on each other. What is that man's name? The scav leader. Was initially confused, but soon he realized the way this seemingly what word? The scav leader was initially confused, but soon he realized the way this seemingly insane. But he soon realized the pattern of behavior coming from these seemingly deranged associates. The telltale signs of very obvious cyber psychosis. Okay. Another question I actually have. Other than gameplay purposes, for those of you who knows Cyberpunk, other than gameplay purposes, is there actually recognition that quick hacks can cause cyber psychosis? Burger Cat. Or is this just a purely gameplay mechanic? This is something that I want to know a bit more. Because from what I understand, cyber psychosis can only really become a problem when you are overgrown. But there's a quick hack that can there's a quick hack in game that you can learn that can actually create cyber psychosis on a person. And I don't know if that is actually canon or not. Or is it just purely for gameplay purposes? Because depending on whether it's canon or not, if it's not normal, then I know what to add to this next sentence. But if it is possible to induce cyber psychosis on characters through hacking, then it's a whole different story. I have to write it in a different way. The scav leader soon realized there was a pattern to the chaos, despite the lack of disturbing pattern, especially given that his associates were definitely not overgrown. It was unmistakable, unmistakably telltale signs of cyber psychosis. This did not make sense. This did not make sense. Despite the outward bravado he demonstrated as he continued to bark orders and subdue the deranged his now deranged associates. The ones who were deranged what was happening here felt like something out of a horror. What was happening here was exactly what happened when various criminal and gangs talked about night cities, horrifying urban legends. Let me see. The phrase. Would you call it a phrase? Would you call it a phrase? Would you call it a phrase? Yeah, I'm hoping so. I'm hoping so. I'm going to go under the assumption that cyber psychosis is just a gameplay. It's just a gameplay element. I'm going to go under that assumption as well. The ancient sounding song that no one really, the ancient sounding song that no one really knew where it came from and who sang it. The Scav leader was not usually the superstitious type, but right now the Scav leader was not usually the superstitious type, but right now he was being extremely Extremely. Talk to you later, Darkness. I might continue writing for about give or take 2 more hours. If you make it back within then, I'll see. Say hello. I'll look forward to it. Oh, what's... Hold on, let me check. Let me check. Oh, Chaser, you are here. You are here. Splendid timing. I am doing a stream that I promised my lurkers I would do because of the Gamers Outreach event. So there was a stream goal worth a lot of money, worth a lot of donations, and I promised them I would have a dedicated fanfiction stream, and I'm doing it right now. Alright. Let's see. Scarab leaders usually not. The Scarab leader was not usually the superstitious type, but right now he was being extremely... What is a good synonym for superstitious? What is a good synonym for superstitious? But now he was praying in his heart, in his cybernetic, in his heart. To any deity who was willing to listen to him. He knew. He knew the urban legend was set its sights on them. We need to think of a good title for Lane, actually. We need to think of a good title for Lane. We can't just call her present day, present time. What would be a good urban legend title for someone like Lane? No one knows it's her. Because what I have in the headcanon right now is that Lane is the type of person I would think her approach to accepting merc contracts in this fanfiction is kind of like... Oh, Empress, yeah. That might be good, actually. Yeah, this will work. I think this will work. Black Wall. This might work. Let me just... Let me just check something. The Blackwall Empress seems is a little chuny though. That's the problem. It's a little chuny. And that is a bit of a problem. Well, it's not too big of a problem, but it's quite obviously chuny. Let me just hold on, let me hold on. And hold on a minute. Wait, where's by? There we go. Wasn't it Empress? He knew the urban... Should I just leave it at this? Backwall Empress is good enough, right? I think I should leave it at this. Yeah, I'll just change it later. He knew the urban... Okay. This is actually quite useful. This is actually quite helpful. Thank you, Lurkers, for letting me brainstorm my own ideas. But now he was hoping his horoscope was good that day. As how what should I? 1 minute. As the scav leader contemplated getting on his knees and pray to any god, he saw some of his sane associates started to flare up in what's that, crimson, in the same deep crimson sparks that Boris had experienced. Boris's body that erupted out of Boris's body. It happened at random. Agonizing screams, shrill and horrified, shrill and dreadful, resounded through the now chaotic scene of this abandoned factory turned scav hideout. All right. Now, pardon me a moment. I have to do something real quick. Let me check what I need to check. I need to check something. Hold on. Let me just check something. Hold on. I'll be back in a few seconds. me check. What? No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's not. It is not. It is not. That is not true. All right. All right. Okay. Okay. Enough of this. Enough of this. Enough of this. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Let me do my work without interrupting me. Please and thank you. Please and thank you. I'm gonna have to do this later. Okay, I'll just have to do this later. The stream takes priority. I'll do that later. Let's continue this story. It happened at random, agonizing screams, shrill and dreadful, resounded through the now chaotic scene. Of this abandoned factory turned scabbed hideout. Gunfire. Alongside gunfire through the now chaotic scene of this abandoned factory turned scav hideout. I initially disabled it, but I had to turn it back on because of the Gamers Outreach stream, and now I forgot to turn it back off. I really forgot to turn it back off. And I use brackets so many times. I use the brackets button so many times, so I always end up toggling it. I don't even know what button to really use. I use brackets for a lot of things, unfortunately. Okay, now let me just try and get my little... Let's try and get a bit of a proper... Oh, I do a scene change. Not... I don't have to do a scene change. I don't have to do a scene change. I don't think I need to do a scene change. Let me just keep going, I guess. I want to do a scene change to Kim's point of view, but I don't think that's necessary, right? Oh yeah, maybe a scene change to Lane. Maybe I'll do a scene change to Lane. That's better. Let's just do with L. And then let me put a... Where is it? Horizontal line. There we go. Hiya. Enough, Lurker-chan, enough. Enough. Oh damn it, I'm running out of water again. Okay, here's what I'll do. I'm going to take a few minutes break. Maybe about 3 to 4 minutes. And I'm going to grab some water and I'm going to resolve something very quickly, and then I'll be back in the stream, okay? So don't go around, have a chat amongst yourselves, okay? I'll be back. Alright, I'm back. I am so back. I think for now I've got some of the things settled, but let's continue the story. What's going on? What's going on? I'm gonna have a look. What's going on? Let me see. Let me mute this. Yeah. Hi, Zo. Your name is accurate. You want the bunk, don't you? You want the bunk, don't you? You want the bunk, don't you? Very, very naughty lurker. 35 people just want to watch me type nonsense on a fanfiction website. I cannot believe it. What did you post, Burger? Let me see what you post. What did you post? Oh my goodness, what is this? I'm always being the sophisticated gentleman that I am. Oh my goodness, what's wrong with you people? What is so wrong with you people? I will carry on as usual. I don't have time to waste doing all of this thing. Doing all of this coding right now. I have got a fanfiction to write. The entrance of the scav hideout. Bodies of various scavs. Their faces contorted, either in horror or agony, clasped, lay still and lay motionless. Sprawled across the floor and various rooms. Rena, can you shut up? Rena, please, can you shut up? Don't you ever get tired, Rena? Don't you ever get tired? Answer me, don't you ever get tired? Oh. I really cannot believe you. I really cannot believe you. Really, I cannot. I cannot. I really cannot. Kima, can you shut up? I hate this fanfiction the most. Don't distract me, I have to write. Please do not distract me, I have to keep writing. Oh my goodness, what is wrong with you? No. I don't think so. Because, let's just say, when all you have... What the hell is... Electronic controller? What is wrong with you? What? I... Mm? What? No. No. No, 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 no. 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 Let me focus on my fanfiction. This was what you wanted. Lurkers, don't distract me from providing you what you demanded. Okay. Looked like they merely died of a heart failure. Others looked like they were completely brutalized by gunfire, and while others were riddled with gunshot wounds or stab wounds. Okay. There were a few wandering scabs, delirious and hysterical, mumbling to themselves like lunatics. As Lane walked past them, she casually brought out her black SMG. It's technically an SMG, isn't it? Let me have a look. Rena, please shut up. Yeah, it's an SMG. And fired. Pulled the trigger on those miserable souls. The effect was instantaneous as the red bullets, the red energy bolts collided. Hit demonic scabs, and their body also erupted in a familiar crimson jolt of wait. Electro flames. Oh, Oriah, welcome. Welcome to the stream. Their screams were gut-wrenching. But too lame. Gut-wrenching, but too lame. She only felt apathy and she only felt a mix of apathy and tranquil rage. Rina, please! Rina, please! I am writing fanfiction. You cannot distract me like this. You cannot. What happened? Oh. He came here for a reason. She was still silently seething over having her over someone she truly cared for being unceremoniously kidnapped, but also livid over having her personal time being interrupted in such a way. She wanted these scavs to suffer. What? What dirty book? What dirty book? What dirty book? What dirty book? Explain this to me. Do I have to time everyone out? Do I have to time everyone out? Lurkers, do I have to time every one of you out? Answer me. No, you did something. You brought up durian and I hate it. Don't think I didn't see what you posted when I was away, Burger Cat. Don't think I didn't see. You know what? I will not take your bait anymore, Lurkers. I will not take this bait anymore. I'm going to write my fanfiction in peace, quiet, and solitude. And if I need anything, I will ask. You will not distract me. Yes, the stream is getting time out. Spread across the entire factory complex. Cycling through them. In a rapid pace. And blinding, rapid and blinding. To look for her Aunt Kim. See you later is not a bestseller. I'm not making money from this. It's a fan fiction. I've got to go, Kimmer. Well, see you, Kimmer. See you, Kimmer. To be serious, for once I appreciate the long and chill yet fun stream to that. I failed sleep for a third time in the past 7 days. Oh my goodness. You probably need to get a proper check on that insomnia issue. Electronic controller. Hazel, please. I know you're a debunk addict, but you will really be bummed. You will really be bummed. Cycling through them in a rapid and blinding pace to look for her up. To look where... to find out where Aunt Kim was held. It didn't take long to notice that it was in a very small room that was essentially held in the most heavily guarded, in the largest, most heavily guarded, largest, most heavily guarded area in the complex. Well, it was the most heavily guarded before the entire hideout devolved into cyber psychosis hell. Okay. The walk. They walk through the supposedly most heavily guarded part of the building was a disturbing calm. Corpses of various scabs laid strewn across the floors. The ceiling? How do you call those? Across the floors? On every across the floors. Yeah, across the floors is good enough. Of them as if they just I'm just repeating again. Of varying levels of with varying levels of brutality. There were a few. There was still a few scabs. Hobble? No, what's the word? Walking almost like stumbling around. Hobbling around. Stumbling. In a wobbling around. In a psychotic trance. Mumbling and talking nonsense. Few of the scares noticed Lane and tried to attack her, but they were cut short in mere seconds as the black SMG unloaded. As she unloaded, crimson bolts from her ominous black SMG. Okay. More, just a few more screams. And all the scavs were dead, except for the scav leader. To his credit, he survived the onslaught of his newly minted cycles and still held onto his heavy MG for dear life. Heavy MG. Parent. Nope. Heavy MG held onto his heavy MG, waiting for. To his credit, he survived the onslaught. His bravado remained apparent despite the obvious terror in his eyes. Alright, now what else? He was currently holed up in the office of the old factory. He is captive. Behind him, locked in a storage room? Not in a storage room. He waited with bated breath for expecting something, someone or something to confront him. The casual footsteps made the casual footsteps he heard beyond the door, and the casual footsteps heard beyond the door, the screams of agony and the telltale sounds of an SMG, of a gun being fired, followed by agonizing screams, told him that whoever or whatever this Empress was slowly approaching him like a demon. Maybe like a demon? No, like a demon, like a vengeful ghost, like a vengeful ghost. All right. That was a long bit of writing. That is a long bit of writing. Let me just save it first. Let me just save it into my Word document. All right. Wonderful, wonderful. This is the problem I have with fanfiction.net right now. No, not yet. Far from over. Far from over. This is not even halfway true. This is not even halfway true. Oh. Let me see. The doors to the office finally opened, and the scav leader was ready to unload as many rounds as possible at the new arrival. He, however, paused, shocked by what he was witnessing. Shocked by who? By the person who confronted him. The unmistakable, but seemingly, how should a small statute, seemingly organic-looking young woman, entered the office. Her right hand? Yeah, her right hand. Her right hand, what's the word? Lazily holding onto a very ominous pitch black SMG that glowed an evil red. She stared at him with a cold disinterest. Should I still be glowing? Should her eyes still be glowing, or you think her eyes have faded back to brown? What do you think? What do you think? Faded? Okay, that should be fine. You stare at him with a cold disinterest. Her dull brown eyes stared at him with cold disinterest. But he could not help but notice a very faint glow of red. Welcome back, darkness. Stream is nowhere near over just yet. I am still writing. Sushi right. Have you played Cyberpunk 2077's new DLC? The expansion pack, Phantom Liberty. Have you played it? Have you played it? I'll show you what I mean. I will show you what I mean. Hold on, let me hide it. Let me locate it. I will show you what I mean. Damn it. I didn't want to watch a video, I just want to see the picture. I just wanted to see... Not again. Not again. There we go. Where is the picture? I just need the picture. Let me find a good image, a good clear image. Let me find a good clear image for this. Nope. Of course, it's so hard to find. Thank you. I realized I was muted. I was muted. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I muted myself again. I'm so sorry. Okay, let's continue. What do I want to say now? Rina, I am tired. Rina, I am tired of this for now. I'm quite tired. I need to write the fanfiction. I need to continue the fanfiction, please. Oh no. Small stature, seemingly gaining young-looking young woman entered the office. Her right hand lazily holding on to a very ominous pitch-black SMG that glowed an evil red. Her eyes stared at him with a seemingly cold disinterest, but the unmistakable crimson orbs made her look like she was unmistakable glowing crimson orbs made her look like she was leering at him with immense quiet rage. The Scarf leader chose not to say anything, waiting for the girl to react, to make her move. To his surprise, the girl did not raise her gun at him, but rather asked a question in her quiet voice, almost casually. Rina, please. Rina, please. Rina, please. No, I'm gonna grab something to eat right now. I need to recuperate my energy because of lurkers like you who talk a lot of things that disrupt my train of thought. Okay? I will be back. That's what you get. That is what you get for disrupting my train of thought. Alright, let's continue. I growled. I had something to eat. Now I feel a bit better. What is wrong? Oh my god, what is wrong with you all? Okay, I'm gonna ignore chat already at this point. Let me see. The scav leader chose not to say anything, waiting for the girl to make her move. To his surprise, the girl did not raise a gun at him, but rather asked a question in her quiet voice, almost casually. How would Lane ask where? How would Lane ask where someone is? Or confirm. Good night, OP. Good night. Okay. The simple question asked in a bored monotone briefly rendered the scav leader off guard. His brain processing what was asked for a few seconds. His eyes then widened in realization that this unknown individual might be referring to the woman they kidnapped. What is it to you? Again! I may not upload it for a while. I'm just writing it. Because I have a feeling I will add a lot more things. What is it to you? What would a Slav call Did it appear? Let me see. What is the word? Is it Briat? Is it? Is it or not? Let me see English to... Yeah, okay, fine. Suka, okay. That makes... Physical and physical differences. The girl in front of him narrowed her eyes very slightly. And the last words, he heard from her before his vision started to burst into red coats Okay. Were the last words he heard from her before his vision started to burst into red coats and his body started to breathe and in agony. For a brief few seconds that felt like it lasted for an eternity. Lurker-chan, that is not what is happening. That is not what is happening. Okay? Lane wants to be efficient at this point. She does not want to waste time. She is getting a little too sick of trying to do work where she feels like she doesn't need to do work. Lane did not even touch the scav leader. All it took was just the briefest of glances for his fate to be sealed. Dark casual, what do you mean? Yes, she... Lane just did a black wall on him. Lurker-chan, this is why you need to play the Cyberpunk game. You will know exactly what just happened to him if you did. Lane was just saving time, basically. The beast of a man, no, the giant of a man, once standing steadfast with his oversized MG crumpled to the ground, his hands dropping his weapon as he started to scream. Hauntingly. His hands holding on to his head in pure I'm using the word agony a bit too often. I want a different word. In pure what is a synonym for agony at the top of my head? In pure suffering. In pure writhing pain, yep. Before his body became limp. As the now familiar sparks of electronic. What is that word that I keep forgetting? Let me check. Yep, electro flames. Before his body became limp. All right. Again, to the untrained eye, it looked like he had a horrible... He had a heart failure, yet some catastrophic heart failure. Lane did not spare this scav. This now dead scav a second thought. Did not spare this now dead scav a second glance as she lazily walked towards the door that held her aunt. The door that was electronically locked very promptly unlocked itself. Very promptly unlocked itself with a quick hack. Okay, now this is the next hard part. How to nail Kim Wexler's personality. This is the next hard part for me. How do I nail Kim Wexler's personality? True enough, Lane's aunt I can't help with that, unfortunately. Yeah, I expected so. It's been a while since I watched Better Call Saul. I have to try and get a feel of the character again. I have an idea about her character, but I just need to see how she... Let me just think. Okay. Little storeroom behind the office. To her aunt's credit, she was trying really hard to find something to loosen or destroy. To loosen her bindings. Storeroom behind her office, bound to a chair. Trying really hard. She was desperate. She was, to her aunt's credit, she was trying really hard to find something to loosen her bindings. To barely any success. She, however, stopped doing so after noticing who was paying her a much welcomed visit. Okay. Now let's see. How am I going? I got a question, Lurkers. Do you think that... Actually, I don't think any of you watched Better Call Saul, right? I think at this point, I know her better than you know her. Know that. I know that character better than you know that character. So I guess that's unavoidable. I'll have to imagine. Okay. Mm, cut. For any signs of injury or or for any signs of injury or tempering. Tempering. There we go. No, wait. Huh. Should her aunt be surprised that Lane came to save her so quickly, given that she's aware Lane is extremely lazy? Or should she be surprised that Lane came here to save her so quickly? Or should she not be surprised that Lane came here to save her so quickly? Because she is extremely talented and powerful. Which one is better for comedic effect? How did you? Oh, let me think. Remember the story. This Aunt Kim has looked after Lane in this story since she was a kid, basically. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Oh, Valerie, what the hell? How did you... almost flippantly. Asked almost flippantly. Wet. Asked almost flippantly. There was an apparent curiosity in her tone. That is more likely to have. That's more likely for Saul, but not for Aunt Kim, I suspect. For Kim Wexler. No. There was an apparent curiosity in her tone. It was not even. It was a few hours at best, at most, since she was kidnapped by these group of scavs. Take She might even seem a little too blasé or even ungrateful over being saved. There was, however, an unmistakable curiosity in her tone. Unmistakable. Unmistakable degree of unmistakable degree of gratefulness and curiosity. Lane took her aunt's question in stride, replying also equally equally no, casual, not casual. What word do I want to use? Took Anne's question is right, replying in her usual bored manner. In her usual bored manner. Uncle Jimmy sent me. He was worried for you. Lane could hear her aunt sigh loudly upon hearing that. She then used her finger. She then made She then made a beckoning motion with her fingers towards Lane. The younger woman knew exactly what she wanted. Before she dug into her jacket and pulled out a fresh carton of cigarettes. Okay. A fresh carton of cigarettes and a lighter. Before handing them to her aunt. Aunt Kim took the carton and the lighter. Briskly? No. Before grabbing and proceeded to light one up. This proceeded to light one up and take a puff. Proceeded to light before proceeding to light one up. Proceeding to light one up. And give a deep puff? Is it? Is that how they use the word puff? Oh, hello. Welcome back, Zero. Your gong. Your gong Uncle Wood, wouldn't he? Aunt Kim's replied in a knowing manner. Your gong Uncle Wood, wouldn't he? This is quite hard. No wonder I kept this fanfic in the back burner for so long. Yes, Zero, we did most of the fight scenes already. Well, it's more like a horror scene than a fight scene at that point in time. Your gonk Uncle Wood. Your gonk Uncle Wood, wouldn't he? After all these years, it's still the same. Hmm. She looked back at Lane. What is wrong with you, Darkstrail? Of course they won't kiss. Who will kiss? Who will kiss? Seriously, who will kiss? I cannot believe you all. I cannot believe you. Seriously, who will kiss? I guess we don't need to delta that. Gonk is a phrase for idiot in Cyberpunk. It is just a phrase. Thank you, Oz. Her face. One of. Her face, no. Considering she knew exactly what knowing exactly what Lane was capable of and her inclinations during the rare few kicks she took. Yule is waiting outside. Lane replied simply. This is getting a bit hard. This is getting a bit hard. Let me just try and think a bit. Let me try and think a bit. How much have I written actually? That's a good question. Let me just... I'll just save it again. And I'll have a look at how many words I've written. 4,597. It's okay. It's okay, still have a lot of words left. Oh, Huel is waiting outside. No. Okay. Trip. Huh? What is the expression? Her aunt finished her smoke, her cigarette, and flicked it. And extinguished it on the ground. The ground with her heels. Extinguish it on the ground with her heels. She then proceeded to out. Lee replied simply before she turned back and started to leave the office. Ron finished a cigarette and extinguished it on the ground and joined her. Okay. Next we do, outside. Scene? Yeah, I'll do a scene change. Probably useful right now. This will be a good place for a scene change. Alright. Oh boy. Lane decided to give her Uncle Jimmy a call after Aunt Kim had arrived by had met up with Good morning, Myriad. I am doing the fanfiction stream as promised from the Gamers Outreach thing. I met up with Shu by her uncles Gordy Vilford. Her uncle did not waste time answering her call. Her uncle's frantic voice ran through her uncle's frantic voice ran through her mind. Her uncle's voice at the other end of the line palpably frantic. Lane replied. She could hear a very loud sigh at the other end of the line. Okay. I expect this part of the fanfiction is getting a little bit boring, is it, Lurkers? I hope it's not too boring. Today's writing stream, I expect it to be kind of quiet. So I'm sorry. Not very emotionally intensive. What do I do now? What do I do now? Oh my god! Okay. Okay. Enough of you with your kissing. It's always with the kissing with you. She could hear a very loud sigh at the other end of the line. And she could make up then. Before her uncle replied. Okay, let me see. I need to check something. I need to check something. What would Saul Goodman say as a compliment, actually? You are a superstar. This website is blasting my retinas. Oh no. Yeah, it's very white. It is a very white website. And I do not know why, but I prefer using Fanfiction.net rather than Archive Your Own. I don't like Archive Your Own. Story. Spare it, old man. I don't think fanfiction.net has a dark mode. I might have to look. Spare it, old man, what we done here. Lane replied. Lane's response ruthlessly flippant. Oh, this is so funny. Just get good and get used to light mode. Oh, what a meme. Spare it, old man, are we done here? Lane's response ruthlessly flippant. Knowing that a crisis was averted, since her uncle is now referring to her as V again instead of Lane. Kim is safe and so. Okay. Spare it, old man, are we done here? That's just half of the puzzle. Your Aunt Kim's safe and sound, but I want answers. Wait, I want answers? I want. Wasn't just some random scav. Some random scav hit. Okay. Just like in Tarkov. Yes, everyone keeps mentioning Tarkov. I get it. 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 Oh. We might have to make another fanfiction day, actually. I guess we might actually need to make another fanfiction day. I don't think we can finish this chapter in one sitting. And it's almost time for me to finish the stream up. It is extremely tiring writing this. Your aunt wasn't just some scav target. I think there's a play on this. I think there's a play on. Her uncle's declaration. Briefly. Her uncle's declaration briefly made her frown, as she was also inclined to believe someone played her aunt. And it would have costed, and it would have cost her, and it would have costed her life. Yes, you have been very helpful. All of you have been very, very helpful, actually. But let me see how many more minutes I can do. 4 hours 30 minutes. Okay, I can just do maybe about 10 more minutes of writing, and then we can call it quits. But for now, let me just add on to this. Lane was interested in finding out the who and the what. The who, less so the why. No one messes with those she cares for and gets to live. Hello, Beck. No one messes with those. Do you need me to look, old man? She replied to her uncle. But just before they could discuss this further, she heard the ringing tone of her aunt Kim wanting a three-person call. They both assumed. Going to over setting up a three-way conference. You will not investigate. You will not poke your nose into my business. An Kim's response was firm and left no room for arguments. Uncle Jimmy wanted to retort. However, Aunt Kim intercepted his intercept. No, Aunt Kim quickly interrupted him. Suddenly interrupted. Okay. You are no longer. I'm glad you said valid. Let me see. I need to check something. Just to make sure. Who is the fixer? Who is the fixer? I have a feeling I know who is the fixer, but let me just check. What was her name again? Let's see. I have a feeling I know who it is. No, not Dakota Smith. It is Regina Jones. I think she was meant to be the... Let's have a look. Yep, she is the Watson's fixer. Okay. I can make this work. Yep. Correct. Correct. Now I know. Okay. An uncomfortable silence resounded between the three callers before Aunt Kim sighed again. Look, I am glad you sent Valerie to save me. For that I'm grateful. But this, I do not want your help. I do not want your help, Jimmy. And the only reason we still talk is because of Valerie. She then directed her attention to Lee. Don't dig into this problem on my account. I'll just don't dig into this problem on my account. Alright. Or don't dig into this problem on my account. I will settle this myself as an attorney. Can you do this for me? So her full name is her full name, Lurker-chan. Her full name is oh shoot. Why did I press 09? Never mind. So Lane would be her middle name. Valerie is... If you played the game again, you will know why the name is Valerie. You will know exactly if you played the game why Valerie is the name. Had the urge and the anger and the angered motivation. What's with electronic controller and Frost's reaction to what I just said? I don't get it. What is your reaction to what I just said? It's so random. Oh my god, electronic controller, stop playing War Thunder. Stop it. Stop it. Please. Get help. You know what? You know what? Lurkers, you know what? Wow, this is extremely annoying, isn't it? Save this for now. Alright. Frost, they mention it once. They mention it once and it's good enough. Frost. It is the spoiler event, but basically, there is a very obvious part scene in the game, the story mode of the game, where someone mentions V's name explicitly. She did not want to defy the request of her aunt. After a brief pause, Lane finally replied. Okay. Aunt Kim gave a genuine thank you to Lane before she directed her attention at Uncle Jimmy again. Her voice, unlike towards Lane, was harsh and fierce. And definitely left no room for her uncle to argue back. Uncle Jimmy sputtered and stuttered. His usual bombastic swagger completely absent in the face of Aunt Kim's intense words, much to the silent amusement of Lane. All right. Fine, Kim. Happy now? Uncle Jimmy replied. All right, fine, Kim. Happy now, Uncle Jimmy replied. Before Aunt Kim said very before and hung up on the call. You decided now was the time to finally how to say, to finally lighten the mood, or to finally change topic, and offered things on right back to her home. Okay, this is going to get a bit hard, isn't it? You decided now was the time to finally change the topic and offered Lane's aunt a ride back to her home. She accepted it before giving Lane a questioning look. Lane was tempted. Lane was about to do the same, but her uncle stopped her from hanging up, saying he had something to tell her. Okay. Uncle Jimmy wants to talk to me for a bit. I can make my own way home. Uncle Huel. Link casually replied. Link preemptively answered her aunt's question. Alright. Aunt Kim relented, knowing Lane tends to do what she wants. So before she entered the car, she entered the Vilfoot. She gave Lane a kiss on the forehead. Moktan, don't be surprised, okay? Don't be surprised. I have been at this for, let's see, 5 hours. I have been at this for 5 hours. Where's a good place? I know a good organic place. Thanks, Valerie. Maybe you and I can. Okay. Gave her aunt a small smile and waved. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my goodness! Oh, what is wrong with you? Don't break my train of thought. I'm still writing my fanfic, by the way. Alright. I'm almost done with the first half. I'm almost done with the first half of the fanfic of the chapter. So I'm going to prep. I'm going to set the scene for the second half first, okay? So what is it now? Old man? Her uncle had the decency to sound sheepish through the line. I will think about it, okay? I will think about it. I'll think about splitting it or not, okay? I will think about it. But for now, there's a quick gig I need done ASAP. And I can't think of anyone better to do it than you. I'm kind of on a working on a bit of a deadline on this. Lane's mood quickly soured over the request. She was wasting enough time as is. Her uncle imagining that she is very close to hanging up on him, decided to sweeten the pot quickly. Let me see. Some Supreme Black. Okay. I envy how hard she's focusing. How about this be, my dearest kid, daughter in all but blood? You do this quick gig for me, and I won't just throw in Eddies your way, but some preem black market under the counter tech. Drones, a few drones, and some top of the line. Some top of the line terminals. Some top of the line terminals. Alright. Oh, Mo-chan, you're back. I didn't notice you at all. Hello, Mo-chan, you're back. Welcome back. I'm just... yeah. The few drones and some top-of-the-line terminals, what do you say? Okay. Don't sob me, Mo-chan, do not sob me. Anyway, I can almost finish this first half of the chapter very soon. Lane paused. Her thoughts. The offer was actually quite tempting. Her uncle does have a habit of making his offers feel extraordinary. Does have a habit of selling some geeks pretty well. Lane was about to ask, but her uncle intercepted her. Her uncle responded. She could feel the grin on his face at the other end of the line. A brief pause. Ensued. before Lane finally sighed. Before Lane finally sighed quietly. Was her final response. Amazing. I haven't had this much writers. I had a writer's block for a very long time before this stream on this story. Uncle cheer. She could hear her uncle cheer and clap loudly. You're a okay. Your Preem Tech will be waiting at your doorstep. Will be waiting at your apartment when you're done. You won't. Alright, Mock Bro. Mock Tan. See you another time. See you another time. Thank you for dropping in. I'm almost done. I'm actually almost done. You won't regret. Okay. Okay. Roughly done. I am done for the first half of this. Alright. Alright. Excellent. Let's see if everything is about right. Yep, good enough. Let's save this, close this, and I'll save this. Done. Alright, we are done with a good bulk of my project. First chapter, of course, is just the first chapter. So, let's see. Let me see. We're done. We are so done. Anyway, to my absolute shock, I cannot believe how many of you stuck around for my fanfic stream. I cannot believe it. I really cannot believe it. So with that out of the way, what I'm going to do now is just to remind you all about the schedule. I think the schedule will be unchanged now. So remember to consult the schedule which is pinned to my Facebook and my X. So tomorrow there will be no stream. Tomorrow is the 22nd. There will be no stream tomorrow. So the next series of streams will be on the 26th, the 27th, and the 29th. Okay? So with that out of the way, I am done for this stream. Let's have a look to see if there's anyone we can raid. Let's have a look. No one to raid. Damn, there's no one to raid. There is no one to raid. Do you Lurkers want to watch Smash JT? I don't think so. Y'all probably don't want to watch Smash. Do y'all want to watch Smash JT? Or do y'all have any VTubers you have in mind? Any VTubers you have in mind? If not, I think I'll let you all go. Is she Sayu? Let me check. Sayu Synchronicity. Let's see if she's raidable. Sayu Synchronicity, is it? Let me see if she's raidable. Let me check. If you want to stay back for a raid, let me... pardon me while I check. You are talking about Sayu, right? Synchronicity? Is it? Let me check. There are many Sayu channels actually. Are we talking about Synchronicity Sayu? Yo, let me check. Yep, quite correct. Okay, we will do her. We won't drop by. We'll just say hello to her, okay? Done. Alright. So with that out of the way, I will bid you all good day. Let me just make sure everything's set up properly, and I will see you all. Let me check. Alright, everything's fine. So with that out of the way, Lurkers, I will see you all next week. Tuesday next week. I will remind you all closer to the next stream dates, okay? With that out of the way, thank you for being here, and thank you for being here for this very boring typing stream. I know it's not the content some of you like all the times, but I enjoyed it. I enjoyed writing, and I enjoyed just spending time writing in a bit of silence and peace. So I will see you all next week. Take care, everyone. Bye-bye.